Yeah.
Sorry. Good evening, everybody. I wanted to say happy Thanksgiving, happy Valentine's Day to everybody. We're going to go ahead and rise for the Pledge of Allegiance.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Good evening, everybody. I'd just like to begin with just a quick statement. USD 469 is a family, and I believe that we all have the same goal, and that's to make sure that we do what's best for the kids in this district and the district itself, taking care of our employees and the parents and their demands. But I really see us as a team, and I want to see us work together as a team. For some reason, there's some illusions out there that we're not that way. And if there's anything I can do as the president of this board, and I'm sure that if you talk to the other board members here, they'll say the same thing. We all want the same thing. We want what's best for this district. So please help me. Please help Dan. Please help the rest of the board members to just unify the district and come together. And I want to thank everybody for being here. Go ahead and start with the approval of the agenda and the consent agenda.
Motion.
Thank you. I got a second. All in favor?
Aye.
All opposed? Thank you. Has everybody had a chance to look at the minutes from last month? Can I get a motion to accept the minutes? Second. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. No opposed. Approval of the bills.
We did that all under consent.
Okay, perfect. Thank you.
Good.
We have no hearing from the audience tonight, so I guess we'll move right on.
Yeah. Yes. When we approved the consent agenda, we approved all of it. Some of those questions that you had earlier, I'll send those out.
Okay.
Yep, I've got it.
Okay, we'll talk about those in executive session. Is that okay?
No, we'll talk about, I'll send that out in my end of the week.
Okay.
Yep.
District financial information.
Just wanted to give a quick update. Danielle has included our cash balances. As you see from our projections for the end of this school year is $1.543 million. Remember that our goal right now is to end with $3 million at the end of 2024, 2025. So we have some work to do there. Remember to keep track of this as you check monthly to see where we're at and how we're doing on that. Back just real quick on that approval of the bills and all of those different things fall underneath that give us this cash balance. If there's additional information that you would like to see, don't hesitate to contact me and then I can send that out to everyone. But right now, this is what we're projecting to be at the end of this fiscal school year. Any questions about that? Go ahead.
Just between you and me, so you're going to send the questions that we have out at the end of the week instead of discussing here.
Yes. I apologize. When we approved that consent agenda, we approved all of those things underneath of that consent agenda. So for example, when we did the approval of agenda and approval of consent agenda, so we set the agenda, we can't add anything currently. And then we also approved all of these things without discussion. Pete, with your permission, I'll go ahead and I'll address a couple of those,
Yes,
if we could, for Carla. There was a couple of questions about a couple of bills. One of the bills was the Beyond the Individual Support for Student Services, and I asked Mary Alice about that. That is BCBA that works with us, nationally board certified behavior analyst. She's been working with us for at least 8 years. And she also works with area hospitals, families, and school districts. She provides generally 3 to 5 hours a week of behavior consulting work for us. That is for our behavior teachers, and that is for anyone else that works with some of our toughest behavior students on new techniques, other techniques, very specific work that she does for us. Those cases are definitely not cookie cutter, and that's why we contract that out. We've had BCBAs on staff before, and unfortunately, those are very expensive for us in order to do that. Then there's a question on the Edgenuity piece. The $15,400. Edgenuity is how we do our credit recovery at the high school and through special education, through ESY, and then also through our high school credit recovery during the year and also during summer school. We've had very good luck with that. All of the curriculum is on there. We have someone that works with the students in order to complete, in order for us to be able to give those credits for graduation. Last year, just as a side note, we have also started to use that for acceleration for students. We passed a policy last year sometime, can't remember off the top of my head, but that would allow students to also graduate within 3 years. So that was actually changing policy in order for some acceleration that needed in order to happen. So
Is that an annual bill?
yes, that is an annual bill.
Because it's.
It's a subscription.
Based. Okay.
Yes.
So it's.
And it's paid per seat. So we have to actually figure out scheduling in order to make sure that we can get enough kids. That's why some of them are on in the morning. That's why some of them are on in the afternoon. And it's not obviously they're very expensive in that case. There's a question about the second step. Second step, and we've talked about that at the board work session, is our tier 1 evidence-based curriculum for social emotional learning. Part of that is that $8,598. When I looked at the detailed ledger piece there, that was for additional resources, and that's how we use some of our ESSER dollars at the elementary school. One of the biggest complaints at the elementary school is that, sure, you can want us to do second step, but we didn't start having one set of resources for every teacher. So we did order models at the beginning of the year, ordered one set of materials for every teacher. So that was actually to fill in what we didn't have in order for them to be able to have those resources for themselves.
Is that a subscription each year, or can you use one for?
The K3 is booklet pieces. The middle school also uses second step, and that was a question that you'd asked again this week, or as a part of this week. The middle school is a subscription based because it is online lessons. That's what Mr. Chicken said. So, and then the last one I believe was about some ProCare and ASL interpreter. If the student IEP calls for an ASL interpreter, the student has a one-to-one ASL interpreter. For example, we have some students that are in activities after school, and so those are after-hour types of things. Those are very hard to find and very hard to fill, unfortunately. My daughter takes some ASL classes. I'm hoping she puts herself through college. Kara, I hope you're listening. And those, but that is if it calls for one-on-one, then yes, they would have that. They would follow that.
So you have a pool of people in this ProCare contract?
With the ProCare contract, they provide some of our ASL. Unfortunately, we have more of a need than they can fulfill. We also have other folks that we work with if they cannot fulfill that need. And then lastly, you had a virtual academy, 15,766. And the reason we had 4 payments, there's some confusion on that first invoice that they had sent us, that is through Greenbush Academy. That's how we did virtual school this year because we don't have a virtual school in Lansing. So what we end up doing is for the kids that are in that program, we send a portion of our dollars from the state to them in order to pay for that ongoing piece. So that was 4 payments because we had some issues early on with some invoice.
Was that the total payment, or was that just?
No, we had 4 different payments of 15,000. So we had paid them 60,000. Danielle, I'm not sure. I don't think is that our total bill to them. That's a total bill for last month. So.
Yeah, there was some issues with the double invoice, and there were 2 different amounts, so Christine wouldn't pay it until they got it all cleared up. So now it's all good.
How many students do you have involved in that program? 35.
So.
And then the BIST question at LMS and second step, you're still holding up for an answer for that?
No, I have that from Mr. Jenkins. It's rather lengthy.
Oh, okay.
So I'll send that out.
Sure, no problem.
And I'll post that on.
All right, thank you.
Okay. So so we're stay on track here with that's all goes into that final year in balance. And Carl asked a great question of, is that a yearly subscription? And unfortunately, many times things are going to a subscription model, so you will see those repeatedly across the board when you end up being a subscription model. No different than we get paid per student per year. They how they are billing us also. Everything from our technology, which we've been used to that in that world, down to FastBridge, it's a yearly subscription. Anything that is online with constant updates. So. Any other questions on the district financial piece?
All right, so we will move on to the department reports. We're moving on to the department reports.
Questions on the business?
Any questions?
I have one on the, is this on?
Yep.
On the report on the ESSER funds. Remember we talked about the ESSER funds for possibly replacing the HVAC?
Yes.
I know that there was some reports of more cold buildings again. Are we on track for trying to get a bid for those?
Yes, we're looking at some companies that there are some programs that we do not have to go out to bid because they've been pre-bid. And so
Okay.
we started looking at that. Now that we have at the end of the agenda today, we'll be talking about, appointments of some additional folks.
Okay.
When we had a director of maintenance that moved on.
Okay.
And so we'll pick that up. All of that, everyone does need to understand, that's not an instantaneous piece. That's something that hopefully we'll be able to replace in the summer because of supply and demand. And also just, you really don't want to be replacing HVAC systems. So that's kind of where we're at. I know that's frustrating. And so that was part of that conversation with the ESSER plan.
Okay, thank you.
Okay.
Any other discussion on the department reports?
I had one more, sorry.
No.
I forgot, I wanted to also just put a thank you out to Alan and Charlie, because I know they did a lot of extra work while we're waiting on our new maintenance supervisor to take over. And also I saw that Mr. Newton volunteered to help with food service with the lunches. That was nice. And then also, I think it was Alan that mentioned wanting direction on the tennis court issues. So I wasn't sure where we were on that.
We had some, I've not talked to Alan about that. He hasn't come to me yet on that piece, but we had some work done by one of our local contractors, Digger Jim. And unfortunately, we continue to have some water come up, so we'll have him reassess. It's also hard during the winter months because of the freeze, but when the spring hits, we'll continue to look at that. Unfortunately, that could end up being a rather large capital outlay expenditure that we're going to need to decide how to move forward with that, because it seems like all of our Band-Aids haven't stopped water.
Yeah. The drain was replaced or something, right?
Yes.
Already. Okay.
I can send out, there's been numerous things.
Okay, it's okay.
Trying
Thank
to
you.
do that. So,
That's all I had.
yep, you're good. Thank you.
Any other discussion? Motion to approve,
Motion to approve.
second. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
All opposed? Thank you.
That's true.
Moving on to administrative reports.
Regardless of the question we had.
I think we had several questions about the administrative reports.
Yep. Yeah, we're on 6.1. This is, Carly, you'd asked a question about second step and BIST at the middle school. And so just real quick, I got this from Mr. Jenkins. Second step, as we discussed earlier when we paid those bills, is our tier 1 program for BSEL. Tier 1 programs are used by all students, and we didn't have a BSEL tier 1 program in place until this school year. And just a real quick side note on that is all of those curriculum pieces and resources that are approved go through our process of BLT and then through our DLT, and we give the thumbs up on that, ask them the questions on if they've been vetted, if they've been looked at for, that it's something that works with our technology, for example, is a question we asked. Did they try other things? Did they want to look at, what all did they look at in their piloting process? So there is a process that we go through on curriculum in order to adopt those. So on the second step piece, that's their tier 1 program. In order to that, it's comprised, he said it's comprised of individual lessons taught in 4 different units during the school year. Each lesson takes roughly 30 minutes to complete. And all LMS teachers present these lessons during their advisory class on Thursdays each week. So the units are the same from all grade levels, and I can send those out to you. I think I did that, but that might have been last year with the board before. But I can definitely send that back out. So I have all of that. The units include mindsets and goals, recognizing bullying and harassment, thoughts, emotions, and decisions, managing relationships and social conflict. Wouldn't it be nice if we didn't have to teach some of those things to our kids? I believe, and then BIST is our systematic model that is employed in grades 6 through 8. We had started to implement some of that at the lower grade levels, and we found that wasn't really being effective for us. So that's something that we didn't continue with implementation. I can't tell you the exact years on that. It was before I was setting up here doing this work. So, but the middle school believes that they have success with that and feels that they have good success with that. And you can see some nods of the head in the back. Thank you, Becky. And this is tremendously different from second step. And second step is instructional and geared toward all students. And this has some whole school components, but they're centered around proactive measures such as common area expectations and expected practices from classroom to classroom. Ultimately, it is more intervention based on an individual student level. And this helps us to deal with our tier 2 and tier 3 students at Lansing Middle School that need more intensive support because they're missing behavior skills. Brooks, you have impeccable timing, just so you know. This is really good stuff. You're making me almost sound intelligent. So, well, that could, I won't look up next time I say that. Just keep reading, Dan, just keep reading. So, and a big part of that BIST contract is something that we pay yearly. We have a consultant that we work with. Think of it in a gen ed way in order to help with students before they end up in special education many times. And so that is an annual contract that includes consulting services. We have contact with our consultant, Judith Soltis, in order that we call when we have issues with students and ways that we can address them and help with that. So that is BIST and kind of the difference between them.
So this is behavioral intervention.
Yep.
It's not duplicative, it's kind of one augments the other.
I would say that the second step is a first step. Think of it as tier 1 instruction. That's what every student gets. And for those students that don't respond to that, the BIST model in the way that we this is also a large part about the way we interact with students and language from the adults and in the way that we deal with that. There's also some structures in place. You've probably heard them if you've had kids go through where they have buddy rooms where we have kids that when they are dysregulated, that can be sent for a cooling off period that then come back into the classroom without necessarily going into an office referral. So that's kind of the structure of those two things.
It is not K through 5 at all.
We do not best at K through 5. No.
Is there something else you do there?
The second step lessons, and then we do have some lessons that they do. They've worked individually on common expectations in the commons area. That we talked about those award goal pieces. So kids understand the expectations when they're in the hallway. We also have zones of regulation that we talked about at different grade levels. So,
And especially like the goal setting.
yes.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. Thanks, Brooks. Anything else on those admin pieces?
Motion approved.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. All opposed? Good deal.
Right.
This has been the last meeting we had was a working meeting, and the board, in my opinion, worked really well together to come up with some board goals. Not only do we sustain the goals from the past, but we've also increased the goals. This is a lot of hard work over 2 or 3 hours, and I'll let Dan go ahead and drive the chart.
Right. Thank you, Pete. We did capture all of your interests in setting board goals. Sorry that this is just a little bit. I'm trying to get to where I can zoom in. There we go. Right. First, we broke these into 4 large areas for us. First being human capital. And we had that larger area, and then we wanted to talk about recruit and retain high quality teachers and support staff. We heard that from, I believe, everybody on the board when we talked about that. Talked about teacher shortage, we talked about just work shortage in general. And some of the ideas that we had, including on there was, some team building pieces, some exit interview conversations were mentioned by some of you. We talked about unifying the district in ways that we can all be together in order to, as Pete started this meeting, talking about us being a team and working let's say that word one more time because it's really important, all of us together, including, teachers, admin, Board of Education, our community, all working towards the same goal. And so we also talked about an HR professional, and that was mentioned by more than one of you. And so we have that down as an objective in order to look at the feasibility of that, either hiring our own or contracting out some of the pieces that we have. And then also you can read down below, increase leadership opportunities for our professional staff. That is one thing that we lack here in Lansing. And actually Miles and I just had some of that conversation. Currently we have a BLT, we have a DLT, we have team leads. And the other part of that is when I first started, by the way, that's a long time ago, was, we had some curriculum pieces that had some leadership opportunities for our teachers. And I think there's some things that we're missing there for us. Increase professional development budget and ensure that they align with our staff needs. The question about that, I know Carla had asked a question about, when do you talk about what goals do your staff have for themselves? It's an excellent question. And that is something that we do when we go through evaluation. That's something that we do, when we talk about that. We only have to evaluate, I'm going to say that differently. We only get to once every 3 years for our staff that have been here. And so, we wouldn't say leave that to chance, but I think that would be an excellent opportunity for us to continue to guide and to make sure that they are able to do the things that they want to do professionally. So we added that, offer incentives for Lansing alumni and be able to offer long-term sub positions to recruit new hires at semester. There's some things I think that we can do. We just need to talk about that as a board in order to be able to recruit some staff that as they're either looking to move forward with us at semester. There's a lot of semester graduates that seem to be swooped up before we have openings. And I think that there's some ways that for a very small risk, it's not even an outlay of funds, but for a very small risk that we could be on the front end. And one thing I do want to mention is these goals are very much board level. They're very much ideas that we want to accomplish, and the specifics will come as we work with us and also as we work with our admin, because that's our job. A large part of that is, how are we going to increase leadership opportunities for professional staff? That's our job. That's my job. That's Miles's job. That's our Lansing Education Association partnership job in order to get those. I think that's an important thing to say out loud, so everybody hears the same thing. And then I'm not going to talk real quick about some of the long-term things. I'll come back to that in just a second. Let's go to academics real quick. Maximize achievement of each student in all academic areas. And that's rather large because that is what our expectations are of public education at this point in time. For all things for all kids, right? We also know that's a bold goal. We know that probably is not even feasible, but I think it's a goal that we need to strive towards. So, one of the things that we did talk about there is establish partnerships with local businesses. It's interesting that we mentioned that. If I can go back through my Pride Press, I could go back and show you one where Sharon and I met with the Chamber of Commerce CEO, and we started to talk about that already. So I think that there are excellent opportunities. For those of you that are watching on YouTube, if you're a local business, please reach out, make sure that we see how we can interact with you. Create an academic system of trust and transparency. We talked some of those pieces. I'm going to go to my cheat sheet real quick. And the idea behind that included some looking at our curriculum transparency. That's been discussed a lot, and making sure that we include parents in that world and making sure that they know how to access the things that our kids are being taught. I know that at the high school and at the middle school with their Canvas and with their Google Classroom, there are ways that parents can log on and be side by side with their kids. I'll tell you, as a teacher, it was a game changer for me. And it changed my conversations. Changed my conversations with parents when I said, here's everything that he or she didn't have done. And at that point in time, they said, well, where is all this? I said, well, and this was kind of paying for subscriptions, by the way. And it was very much the case of, so they have access to all of this? I said, yeah, and you can get on at any time. And well, he didn't mention that to me. And I said, no, imagine that. And I'll tell you, the parent teacher conference has changed for me as a teacher. So that's part of the trust and transparency. Another piece of the trust and transparency that we had mentioned is, it's actually number 3. Wait. Engaging our community is also a part of that. In that trust and transparency, making sure that when we have curriculum that we approve, that we go through that process of having curriculum nights for parents, and that we present those to the board before we ask for a vote. I know that hasn't always happened in the past, and that's something that you'll see with some of our policies we're going to continue to do. Lastly on that is, I think that might be last. And then last, foster a system of academic excellence to achieve 80% tier 1 status, our current goal. And a great question that Carla did ask me earlier this afternoon was those two things. We put in that 80% tier 1 status because that's our current goal. And I think that those two, foster a system of academic excellence and that tier 1 goal, are probably maybe two separate things. And so that would be one correction that we would want to make, and possibly split those out into two goals. The 80% is definitely something that, as we fill in some of the more detailed pieces of these objectives, would be underneath that. But really, the foster a system of academic excellence, I think, should be a standalone because of the things that end up falling underneath that. And those were things like increase SAT and ACT scores. Those were things like encourage all to be a part of the solution, safe environment and mutual goals, respect and constructive discussion, making sure that we can do that. One that was mentioned is make sure all third graders are on reading level. Notice that one said all. That one didn't say 80%. And I think that is really, really, really important. And so that would be one recommendation that we take back, and when we bring this for final approval, that we would split those two up. So I'm going to come up here real quick to fiscal responsibility. These are the things that we started, and Alan and I have talked about doing this together along with Danielle and our administration, and through our LEA has established a building and infrastructure plan, establish a scale for capital improvement plans and depreciation. That was something that Aaron had mentioned. And lastly, hire an outside firm to audit special education department, be sure it's being run as efficiently as possible with respect to fund allocation. And that is actually something that we do have on as one of our board work sessions, where Alice has contacted them in order for them to come in and look at how we're doing in the SPED world, along the ways of spending and along the ways of programming. Yeah. And so that is something that we, by that outside firm, that's actually, KSD will provide those services for us. So lastly, on effective systems, this is something that we have started, and I believe we've made quite a bit of movement when we started through our KISA process. For those of you that are frustrated sometimes because we don't have everything written down in an SOP, that's not the way we've done business in Lansing School District for 20 years. I've been in here for more than that, unfortunately, sometimes. And I can tell you that we're working hard in order to finalize and to formalize a lot of those processes in our business department, in the way that we request everything from substitutes. In the last 5-6 years, we've done a lot of those things online. We have continued to make improvements in that. And I think the effective systems, as we grow, and it's much more expectations are known up front. So a couple of the things, create a board approved checklist of actionable items for all onboarding and exiting employees. That's something that we've been working on through our business office. That's something that Danielle and I and Christine have started at the beginning of the year, and we're working through that entire process. It's a lot. There's a lot of different parts, and we're hoping that through some of our task manager pieces and with training of some additional staff in the business office that we started this summer through this first semester will help with that. This was something that create flow charts for board decision processes, meetings, parent complaint processes, etc. My recommendation on that would be that we would set a committee at our next board in order to do some of that work. It's for you. This one's for you. For you as new board members, it's for those that come in the future, because we're going to have a USD 469 for many, many years, regardless of consolidation efforts. And I think that would be an important part, but I think that would be the process that we want to do that. With some experienced board members and with some new board members, what you see and what you feel we should be doing. So, and then lastly, ensure that our board policy is aligned with the community's goals and values. And then these two, and these are actually on the agenda as a first read, is a social media policy and a nepotism policy. That had come up from at least two of you, and when Pete and I met Wednesday of this week, we decided to have that discussion as a first read. So the 23 to 2025, these were all things that we also discussed as long-term. The reason I would ask that we not go through all of those is that many of those will also be, if we approve our strategic planning part of that process, and in essence, they would take over some of those. So when you all are a part of that strategic planning process, all of these type of things would be issues that you would bring to the table as a BOE member in order to do that. I have a little bit of heartburn about approving some goals, and then we would, let's work really hard on that. That's not a goal anymore. That's not really respectful of all of our staff that would do that. And really, if we're going to go through that process, I think that's an excellent time when you start talking about trust and transparency in our community. That's when we would get that. So that's my 2 cents. Just because I got a little extra change. So any questions about those objectives that we have?
Looks good.
Carly, we're good.
And we plan to go solid because it's still draft right now, right?
But we could vote to approve those with splitting out the academic goal. That would be my suggestion, is that we could approve those goals with splitting out the academic goal and to foster a system of academic excellence and achieve 80% tier 1 status as 2 separate goals there. That's how I would like to see us do that.
Has DLT and BLTs?
No, they've not. But honestly, I'm okay with that at some level because of the fact that our board gives us our vision for the district. And that's why we wrote the goals being very high goals. When we bring this back, you should ask the question, how are you going to increase leadership opportunities for your professional staff? And we'll have some bullet points on our ideas on how to do that. Increase professional development budget, ensure they align with our staff needs. How are you going to ensure that you know what your staff needs are? That's the question that you ask. All of those type of things. And as for the long-term sub positions to recruit new hires, that's a board job at some point in time. So.
Okay, so for CCR, the college and career readiness classes and the IPS, that would be tucked under where?
That would be tucked under the idea of foster a system of academic excellence. Through our interactions, Carla, I know that you believe that IPS, that individual plan of study, for those of you that are not educators and like all of our acronyms, that individual plan of study is where we work with kids and we make sure that they know what it's going to take at all levels, especially starting at the middle school. I know the middle school works some with the IPS system, where they set a plan. And so if a kid says that they want to be, let's say, an actuary in middle school, and then in the next breath they tell you, man, I can't pass my math class. That's a conversation that we need to have with kids. If this is something that you're interested in, these are the steps that you need to do. The other thing that we also do as a part of that IPS is some career exploration at the middle school, I know. And all the way down, individual plan of study, starts when we start having career fairs and we have doctors come in and talk to us. I know this happened at the intermediate school, when we have those different things, that's where also at the lower grades, when we have an opportunity for a guest speaker to come in, or when we go to, let's say, I know that there are some field trips that are out there that introduce us to different, let's say, banking. I know that some of those are out there for kids in order to do that. But all of that ties into that individual study. So it would fall underneath that foster system of academic excellence.
Then also introducing them to market value assets or the CTE
Yeah,
pathways.
exactly.
In the future.
Those would all fall underneath that. When we talk about market value assets, that is so much more than just a CTE certificate and an employability certificate. That can include, we can define those however we want through that process, and we can bring that back to you. When we start talking that administratively and start talking about it at the BLT and the DLT level, that could include having an AP course that we pass. That can include passing college courses during my high school career. All of those market value assets that in order to do that. The other one that I think is really, really important on foster a system of academic excellence is that we really need to start focusing on remedial college courses. We shouldn't, that our goal is that none of our kids have to pay for something that doesn't get them credit. And I think that was something else that would fall under that foster a system of academic excellence. Our goal is that our kids are ready for college when they leave here. If they're going to college, they're ready for college, and they are not taking a remedial college algebra class, college math readiness. I'll tell you, I made a lot of money in college too for kids who couldn't pass math. So it helped me considerably. But that shouldn't be our goal. We shouldn't see Lansing kids sitting in Washburn across from the math department. So
the college and career readiness, the CCR teacher and IPS practices, they are trained and they talk professionally about that at the high school level.
The CCR folks, what I do know of it, and you're asking a question that is really more for Mr. Kim, and I can get him to send me some additional information. But that IPS piece and the CCR, they go through that system of making sure that kids know what they need for the next year and what their goals are. If they're going, let's say a kid is going to, if a kid is wanting to go to VOTEC as a junior, there are certain things that they have to do in order to make that happen. And so as a part of their IPS conversation, that teacher should be having conversations with them with that. The additional part, and I think this is really an important piece, is making sure that parents are also involved in that. And that is extremely difficult sometimes. Because kids that don't want to tell you certain things, they're good about that. And so much of that is having, when we send home the announcements and we talk about doing enrollment and we talk about making sure that kids have those conversations, that the parents read those and they see what's coming. And I think that's an important part. So, but I can send out that information about that process in one of my end of the weeks. You're welcome.
Any other discussion?
I say I would like you to approve the board goals of the 2022-2023 objectives as presented, with noting the correction of foster a system of academic excellence being its own separate goal, and then splitting out the 80% tier 1 status as its own goal. That's how I would like that to be presented.
Got to start somewhere.
Yeah. So make a motion that we approve the board goals.
With those suggested changes.
Yes, let's suggest the changes.
Second. All in favor? All opposed? Okay, passes. the board goals are going to be important. We're going to talk a little bit about the strategic plan.
Yeah.
So I don't want to jump too far ahead, but this was really important, the work session that we had, because this gives us our supporting information to go ahead and start developing the strategic plan. And I know there's quite a few people that are not only on this board, but out in the community that want to see us have some direction in that strategic plan, which I told you earlier, you guys were all a part of it. And Dan just said that the parents are also a part of that process. We want to include everybody in that strategic planning process, but we'll get into that in just a few minutes.
Next, we have the 2023, 2022, 2023 calendar. Oh, wait,
You have that document that I sent you.
I do, and I'll pull that up too. All right. Just, I was hoping that the board goals would pass, and so Pete's recommendation, right, was board area goal. This one would fall underneath effective systems, and so we're going to try to make sure that we do that. And then Miles called them accountability partners. The seven of you, I'm also going to change my individual report in order to include those board goals and the things that we've accomplished through the week through that same. So if you don't see that, I'll buy lunch for whoever points it out first. And don't worry, I'll probably mess that up.
I'd like to have that chart now that we have that formalized. I'd like to have that posted in front of the boardroom, and I'd like to have it posted in all of our agendas going forward.
We'll do that. Excellent. Last month, we had some conversation about the 2022-2023 calendar. We reconvened our calendar committee. And I know that some of the conversation was about less breaks. It was about some of the ideas of making sure that we're consistent. There was also some conversation about Thanksgiving time. Sorry, I almost said Valentine's and Pete, just so you know, when we were going around today, I did exactly what you did also. When I said happy Thanksgiving, I messed it up. So anyway, so I'm glad to know I'm in good company. So 2022, 2023 calendar. This was actually our B calendar. This was the second calendar that we had talked about. And really the only difference between this B calendar and the calendar that we had brought to you before was right here at Thanksgiving time. I know that I sent out a lot of information to you earlier on about moving some different pieces when our calendar committee that includes teachers, it includes myself and Miles, and by the negotiated agreement, every building has someone on that. We discussed some changes that we would like to see. And what we had heard from you was some consistency and some shorter or not as many breaks. Many of the ones that we had in there included national holidays, and so we didn't really want to change that. We did talk about it. We didn't think that was the best for us as a community and best for us in each of our buildings. And so what we landed on is that we would move those 2 days at Thanksgiving, and we would add one of those back here at the winter break, and that we would change the beginning of our school year. And so that's how we address that. One of the things that we did, and Carla had asked for this, and this is extremely important. I think this is one from the calendar history. Yeah, always hate when that pops up. Oh, there we go. That was it. This is some calendar history that is interesting to look at, and I think that was a big part of some of the conversation and that we have done. And so if you look clear back in 2006, 2007, and Carla, you can stop me when you need to interject, but we had some conversations about that. We had 174.5 student days. And then you notice that as we go through, those start to go down to where now we have 168 days. So the question is how do we go from 174 down to 170, 168. And so you also see that as a part of that, two things, we lost 2 contractual days immediately. So you went from 168 contractual days to 186 contractual days. So that took away 2. And then you'll notice that we added some additional PD days by our negotiated agreement. We have a minimum of, I believe it is 7 PD days. And we have 8, and we have additional ones. And we actually took one of those away this year. That's how we went from 167 to 168, from some conversations at our VLT and from our DLT and from our PDC, and just administratively about being more efficient with some of our professional development piece. And the question might be is why have you added more days? And I just need to mention a few things that have gone on since 2012. Those would be things like teaching more SEL. Those would be things like, we're going to adopt new curriculum resources that you pay a whole lot of money about, and they've done a better job of providing us professional development with those. We also are trying to do exactly, I know at the high school, when you start to talk about professional development being personal, we take one of our professional development days at the high school, and we allow teachers to go visit other schools and focus on the things that they want. So, one of the goals that we just talked about and we just approved was the idea, of making sure that people are able to reach their goals. And I think that that's an important part of that. Now, with that, you don't do it without time. Teachers give tons of time as it is. For example, one of the things, and I'm going to regret saying this because it will be used against me, is the fact that, we talk about how many hours that we do, we do mandatory training. We have many more hours of mandatory training that teachers have to do on their own time than we provide. We provide a half a PD day or a couple hours on a PD day for them to complete 16 hours worth of mandatory training. By the time you do it, you answer the quizzes, you do all of that work. So that's also part of the reason that we have more PD time in there. The other thing that has changed, and this is through our negotiation process. So right now we've accounted for 4 of those days from back here from 174. And so you keep moving on. Something else that has changed are the work days. And we did that through our negotiations process. We used to have 2 work days. That was the beginning of the year work day. That was an end of the year type of a work day. And last year, as a part of the negotiations, we gave a work day at the beginning, another work day at the beginning of the year. The other thing that we have done, I believe this was about 5 years ago, maybe 6, is 2 work days that coincide with, in essence, what would be quarter grades before we have to provide quarter grades. And that was something that, throughout the year, it's teaching isn't a 8-hour a day job. It's not a 12-hour a day job. You're on point for the entire time that you're here. And so that work day in the middle was an opportunity for them to do some of the work that we needed for them. And by the way, those are, by the negotiated agreement, those are days that have no meetings. That is truly a day for them to work on what they need. If that means lesson planning for the next year or for the next quarter, if that includes for them to be able to do grades, grading, whatever it is that they need to do to accomplish to do their job. So at that point in time, we have 2 of those days. And so that's actually what takes us from our 174 down to the 168 that we currently have. One thing that is always bannered about, and I'll tell you, it comes up every year, and I don't believe that I'm a very popular person sometimes when I say that, is there are other ways to get to our 1,116 hours, and that is, you could add minutes to your day and actually have less student contact days, and I know some of our neighbors have done that. Having less contact with students is not good education. It just isn't. Having less opportunities to interact with kids is not good. And I understand where that concern came from, Carla. And I think it's very, very important that we do look at that, and that, you know, when we go through negotiations and we start talking about some of the things like professional development, when we start talking about other ways to compensate for some of those trainings that we need to do, and maybe we can get one of those back. And no, you haven't received our letter of negotiations yet, and no, I don't negotiate. But those are all in things that we can talk about. That's how we got from 174 down to 168. So,
Yes, thank you, Dan. And if I may, add,
yep,
that, when I brought up calendar last meeting, it was never an intention of criticism. I know that it was probably very sensitively responded, but this 2006 is kind of like when we happened to be here, and I brought my kids to the school district. So that's why it was compelling to me to see those dates. It's like, wait, didn't we used to do this before? You know, and facetiously I said that first. But then that is why, and I got with Danielle, and she revealed to me the secrets of this. And of course, and I understand that the negotiated agreement, so there's much more than goes into just the calendar, team looking at the calendar from 1 year to the next.
Yeah.
But 174.5 to 167 and 168 made me scratch my head. So there was a reason behind it. It wasn't just a very flip, oh, well, why is that there? So I just wanted to make sure. So those are the student contact days, because your students worship you. I mean, they worship you. They'll remember you forever. I know my children will remember you. So anytime they're with you in your presence is so important, even if it's just a half day. And I know half days are popular because that changes everything, but just that contact of three days a week instead of 2. That's it, but that's all. Thank you so much, Dan, for explaining that. I'm with you. I'm tracking.
Is that, you good? Any other discussion about that? I have one thing I'd like to say. A wise man told me recently that quantity is good, but quality is better. If we can focus, and you guys already do the quality piece, so when we're looking at as a board, we're just trying to give you the time to provide that quality education to the kids. And I just applaud each one of you in the audience as a teacher and that are listening online. Thank you for everything you do for our district.
we vote to approve the calendar as
Yeah.
presented.
Do I have a motion?
Make a motion to approve the calendar.
I
I
second.
got a second from Aaron. Thank you. Third it from Carla. And can I get a, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye. All opposed? So we're good to go. Thank you.
And thank you to our calendar committee. That's, it's good work.
Yeah.
And that group is very well versed in that and really does a good job. So I'd like to thank them for their work.
Yeah, I think we're moving on to the social media policy. I believe that was a discussion item by Amy. Amy, you prepared to kind of walk us through it?
Sure. Well, we looked at the previous social media policy, and then we gathered some information from districts around us, and we kind of have a rough draft on a proposed policy. It needs a little more work. So basically, I guess what we would need to do today is to decide whether to go forward with that, and then have Dan work with other staff and gathering that and legal to come up with something that we could vote whether to amend the other one. There was one question on, or actually I had sent it to you, Dan, right? Yeah. On some additional things possibly to the proposed. I think this was included in the general to everyone, right? So
Yes.
they could have pulled that
Yeah,
up. Yeah.
these are one, we have our current policy, which is IIBGC active that we approved, and then it was last revised on April 14th. And this is our it's called staff online activities, and then these are all the different policies that it kind of references. But those are, this is where we're at currently.
Yeah.
And so I think a large part of what I am hearing from different staff, including my own staff that are with me, and from Board of Education members, is that we need to give some additional guidance on what that really needs to look like. we need to make sure that people understand how important it is that when they're working online and when they're talking online, that we need to understand them to understand that one, yes, they are still using their First Amendment rights, but number two, they are representing Lansing USD 469. And I think a large part of that, I'm going to get on a soapbox for a second. Please don't stop me. And this is a really important part for us, is that we can say what we want online. There are times we shouldn't say anything online because it doesn't help us. You can be as right as rain, and it doesn't help anybody in our school district. And as Pete mentioned earlier, we are all on the same team. Now, with that being said, and this is employees, and this is in our current policy. All employees shall be subject to disciplinary action if their conduct relating to use of technology or online resources violates this policy or other applicable board policy, statutory or regulatory provisions governing employee conduct, or the protection of student record information. Or if it impairs, I'm reading slowly for an important part, if it impairs the staff member's job performance or effectiveness in the work setting. That's really important. Because as it was mentioned earlier, that idea of what that is, that's also a high bar for us to prove. But you have to understand that there are eyes always watching on us, with the littles that we work with the young adults that we work with, and the 16-year-old going on 26-year-old at my own house that I work with. And I think that's an important part. So what we tried to do, and Amy has sent me some additional information. We took our additional or our current piece. This is KASB approved, and that's where we are currently. And then we also looked at, and this has, I've had numerous comments and or questions. This is not for us to approve tonight. This is for us to have some discussion on tonight. And then I'll take that and I'll work with my admin team, and I'll work with KASB legal in order to make sure that it will pass that muster also. So this is the social media / online best practice policy. And Amy, I know that everybody should have had an opportunity to look at that. And then I'll pull up that other document that you sent. And if you want to talk through that real quick for us.
Well, at the bottom of that was some possibly adding some of the Title IX issues with cyberbullying that is included in that. A lot of people don't know that, but it is at the end, and it's becoming more of a problem. Of course, I think our last policies was first adopted in 2012 and revised in 2014. And we all know how much social media has changed since then. So, and then a couple others were just, it allows the definition of cyberbullying in case that's up for debate on what would be constituted in that. I think that would needed to be, the definitions are important. I think if we're going to discipline employees for that, and this would apply to the BOE also. So it's not us just up here setting rules for you. It'd be for everyone, and to protect also the students and set an example for our students. We're anti-bullying, right, as the adults, so we need to set that example. So those were some things I think when you look at the previous policy, the proposed policy, if you could add some of those in there. And then of course, like you said, you got to speak to legal and come up with something that would be fair. And then I saw in the previous policy, it included what could happen if you do violate those. So I think that would be important to have listed too, especially for the contracted employees. And go from there. Any other thoughts on that?
Yeah, Amy, just to verify, I see it as two big things. It's healthy digital practice and just being a part of the community and online community. You don't need a passport to your own world. You can just go online. But then you also have the legality. If any school or institution receives federal funds, they're subject to Title IX. So that's what the Title IX is, a federal thing. So that's a lawsuit.
Yeah.
So we don't want to just say, oh, we need to avoid lawsuits. We need to say, we need to protect our children and our young adults and our employees.
Yeah.
But then we want to avoid a lawsuit as well.
Yeah.
I think it's important to state that we want to, this policy is not going to be approved tonight.
Yeah.
We want input from everybody in the district. We want the teachers' input. We'd like to get some students, if we can get some representation from the students to see, what they would think would be fair. But as the board, we want to come up with a policy that's going to be effective to ensure that we don't have things going on that shouldn't.
And I think that is just for those of you that have been around and you've been at meetings, this is not normal. We haven't had this part of our policy development for quite some time, but we also want to come up with something that you can interact with. So we start that conversation, we get that guidance, and we make sure that we have something that when we go to and we say, tell us what you think about this. That we have something to interact with at that point in time in order to do that. So what I have heard is to make sure that we add the Title IX piece, possibly some definitions of cyberbullying in order to do that. The other part that is very important, and I will ask for some additional pieces, but that idea of it also pertaining to the Board of Education is I think very powerful for us as a board. And I also think that there is a difference. I can take away all of your salary and it's not going to hurt you very much, right? And that is the other part. And this is kind of our promise, my promise to you, because it's my job as the superintendent of schools, is that when we have those issues, we don't get to go behind closed doors and talk about them. These folks are elected officials, and if we have issues with that, we have to discuss those here. We don't get to go for a right to privacy issue like we do with employees. And I shouldn't have said it that way. It's not get to go. We have to go. We don't get to talk about employees. We don't get to talk about students here. Board members don't get to go and do that. They have to do that out in the open. And I think that's an important part. So that's kind of our promise to you. My promise to you is that, as we move forward with this, and if there are issues that come up, media wise, social media wise, online wise, those will be conversations that we have. What other types of interactions we've heard from Amy, I heard from Carla, what other types of things as we interact with this come to mind for other board members?
Yeah, Dan, I think if you go to administration on it and everything, with the cyberbullying and with the same policy, I'm wondering if it'd be better to split that into its own policy. Because it's, in my opinion, cyberbullying should probably have a separate set of discipline items compared to your typical social media stuff on interacting on Facebook, sites like that.
As a part of our bullying policy, that is covered, that we do address the cyberbullying piece. We've been, excuse me, on the student side of things, I would guess they deal with that at the high school and the middle school, probably at least once every 2 weeks, if not more, in those type of issues. But what I will do with that is we can look at that specifically on the cyberbullying piece, but I'll send all of the bullying policy to you so you can make sure that that's in there in a way that you would like to see it.
And I just like that, making sure that, that our kids have a voice in this too. Let's make sure that, the kids are included in this for the discussion.
Jeff, do you want to discuss that a little bit more about the cyberbullying, have a separate piece? Does anybody else want to talk about that?
This cyberbullying for me is more something that I look at our principals, our APs to handle at a student level. Cyberbullying as an employee of Lansing shouldn't be a It should fall under social media. If you're cyberbullying somebody in your employee of Lansing, it should be a social media and lump those together with the consequences that, how it falls out. That's my opinion on that. The student cyberbullying, I would leave it to our principals, our APs. I mean, they're the ones tracking kids on Twitter and TikTok and every other social media known to man. So that's my 2 cents on it.
Seems like social media practice is almost preventive and it's just a common understanding, where cyberbullying is a crime. I mean, you're getting into criminal territory.
Well,
That's all I was thinking.
Yeah.
If there should be a different set of discipline items for that, and if you make them strict to cover the cyberbullying, then if there's something minor, they're gonna have a strict discipline right off the bat. That was my only point.
It elevates quickly, yeah, if they cross the line.
Yeah.
Right.
I can definitely, I'll send that information out to us at the end of the week about the bullying pieces and everything that's in there. And maybe, I don't envision, this is just me with the conversation, I envision us bringing back some sort of a thing to interact again at the board level. Because when we start having a lot of different people involved, those meetings and it takes time. And so that's something I don't want to rush this. I'd rather get it right once than continually get it wrong. So I'll send that out into the week. If you have any additional questions to me, you can send those to me. I can answer those administratively back to the board, and then we can bring that back to you on what we found and possibly 2 options. If I hear enough from my interactions with you that we would like to continue on that way, and I can give those 2 options.
I don't want to rush, but realistically, when do you think we could come together and actually have something to vote on?
I would have to,
I don't want to push it. If it's the
No,
end of the school year, then it's the end of
no,
the
it'd be before then. Our next board meeting is early. It's March 7th because of spring break. And so I'll be rushed in order to have those meetings beforehand, especially with another board meeting, board work session on the board on the thing about budget coming up in 2 weeks. So just, that time is mine. So I would guess by April that we could have something that we could definitely discuss in March 7th, and I could have some initial pieces done, but having all of that input is going to be pretty tough by March 7th when you just start counting. So, does that make sense?
Sounds good.
And we don't need to vote on anything because it was just discussions.
All right.
All right.
Any other discussion about social policy, social media policy? We'll move on to the nepotism policy. Carla, do you want to lead us on this one?
Sure. And you have the supporting documents, I think.
This one?
Yes, we can just start with that.
Okay.
Again, I bring this up as discussion because sometimes it's uncomfortable when we look at it because we think we're a small town and we're above it and we can do this and we can get along. And most of the times we can, but we just need to look at the definition of nepotism and talk about transparency, the practice among those with power or influence of favoring relatives or friends, especially by giving them jobs. And just as you can see, there are other synonyms or prejudice, bias, inequality, unfairness, a favor, partiality, partisanship. And it could be discrimination. We have all over our literature non-discrimination statements. And in nepotism, it is kind of one of those things too. It's not all the way, it's kind of squishy. It's not all the way illegal, but it can verge on unethical. And then the unethical part can move into illegal if it's not watched. So the next one.
Sure.
These are just for discussion questions. Like I said, I don't have to be 100% right at all. I think these are just things that need to come out in the open and be looked at every once in a while. So no bias. Anybody ever been called to jury duty? Maybe you went in, okay, and maybe you didn't serve because maybe you knew somebody who had something to do with the case that they were looking at. That's kind of the bias. They were looking for bias. It was a vetting process. So abiding by a nepotism policy would reduce that perception of bias and promote transparency and professionalism in our organization. We should model this professionalism because our students, ideally, when they graduate, they're going to go off into the workforce. So, or even when they're students along the way, they expect to engage a professional organization. Public schools are funded by the community. We're trusted to be good stewards of resources and effectively take our students to their purpose. The Board of Ed, the 7 of us, are a gateway to district hires. We need to ask ourselves, could hiring family members and friends result in that favoritism, that bias? Did we hire the best qualified? And sometimes we do. And we just have to recognize that, hey, they're related to this person on the board, but they're the best person. So we're going to go with that because it all points back to the educational environment and our students. Did we overlook someone amazing though in hiring a family member? We're a small town. Okay, but go out west, right? Much smaller towns than ours. We do have 82,000 people in more or less in Leavenworth County. It's typically 35,000 and smaller are called the small county, small districts. Think of Western Kansas, and you have those multiple hats in the candidate pool. And you just don't get people volunteering because you're tripping over each other. The sheriff is also the postmaster or something like that. But it's kind of not here now. We have many districts around us in neighboring counties and in our own within 15, 20 minutes drive. Next. Okay, and then the 2, like I said, it may not be illegal, but it could verge on unethical and then lead to a legal conflict of interest in some ways. And also, what message are we sending to incoming staff members? Oh my gosh, well, don't they have the same name? Oh, they're related. You know, we have that all over. Not to say that that's not valued, and I have a bullet for that because we value everyone here. This is a snapshot in time. This is not like we're getting rid of people. So please allay your fears. But what message is sent to incoming staff members? Whom did we not consider by selecting that family member? And what is best practice for a district? The sitting Board of Education member, at the very least, should recuse themselves from voting in of an immediate family member. I think that makes sense, but yet that's something we can discuss. Could the influence on other Board of Ed members remain? In the past, negotiations could be. Did you refuse? Were we recusing? Did the person on the negotiations committee recuse themselves from voting in a relative as an employee to our district? And then next, I think I go into negotiations because you're looking at the career of the family member. Even if a sitting board member recuse himself from voting in a relative, should they serve on negotiations? I'm sorry, it's the perception. It could potentially be that conflict of interest. And conflict of interest that may derive, the bottom line, from the Board of Ed member having a spouse or other immediate relative who is awarded a contract for goods. So it's not just the classroom, it's not just the immediate educational environment, it's kind of all throughout the district. We just need to, put sunshine light on that and make sure that we're doing things ethically. Okay, and then the next one, the final one. Okay, as our employee grows through our school system and gains experience and aspiration, supervisory relations and employment opportunities can change. For example, a married couple may find that one spouse may rise to the direct supervisor of another spouse at the same school. This goes for all hired positions, custodian brother and sister. And in the policy that I will present to you that we kind of digest and think about, it's legally looked at by KASB and they're like, yeah, it's good to go. But that can always be something that's negotiated. And we've actually done this, Dan's done this here. You don't have supervisors immediately over spouses. You either move to a different school or have somebody else inserted into the supervisory process. And that's right, that's the right thing to do. That said, we have some amazing married duos, amazing, and relatives who have given years of their lives to teaching children in this district. They are ultimate professionals, a true example of how working in the same district can work. This policy recognizes those arrangements and offers grandfathered acknowledgement to retain these strong and dedicated employees. Next, how many related employees do we have? We have about 40. So how many employees do we have all over, Dan?
About 425.
Okay, so that's close to 10%. But so just looking at ourselves, okay? We'll just be honest and look at ourselves. Again, some excellent employees and volunteers among the school system, no doubt. This policy would help keep us focused on conveying the professional optics and creating a welcoming educational environment and culture for newcomers. We want new employees to the district to feel they have a fair opportunity to be considered for roles of increased responsibility based on their hard work and experience, and that familial relationship bias does not influence employment decisions. One of our goals is to attract and retain high quality teachers. And just kind of, this is to all us 7, hey, we must always be conscious that in our elected capacity, we consider the privilege to honor the public trust that we are here to carry out in every decision we make. The next 3 slides, and this is available in everybody too.
Yeah, I'll post this on board doc.
Yeah, this just go, because there are examples of around the nation of like nepotism gone wrong, and wow, they'll curl your hair. Chicago, Michigan, Pennsylvania, all of these are different examples. And we can say, oh, well, that'll never happen here. You know, they probably didn't think it either. But it's just that practice and that transparency. So that's what I have.
And then we did have, get that. 2, this is the sample policy from KASB. You should have had an opportunity to take a look at that and interact with that. And so we'll open it for some discussion and or any questions as we do that. So
I had one thing to add that I wasn't aware of until today, because I called KSB, our lawyer that we have on call, and I was interested in at least what I would personally feel like is we should recuse ourselves if we're voting on something that directly involves our family member. That would ideally would be what would happen, I think, you know, perception wise. But we cannot add a stipulation to the policy that forces the member, which I kind of was in question on. Could we or could we not? So I asked them the legal opinion, and he said, at least his opinion was that we could not, because we serve as elected officials to serve our voters and vote for them. So we would take that vote away if we required it. So we could still, you know, it could be highly encouraged according to legal, but we couldn't necessarily require someone to recuse themselves.
So that was an opinion, or was that a fact?
That was a legal opinion from KSB, from the lawyer. So, I mean, Dan, I'm sure we could get something in writing, maybe officially, but that was just, I wanted to investigate that before we even decided whether to add that or not. The other issue that we talked about was with the contract negotiation committee. Since that is voted on by the board on which members would serve on that, then we definitely could decide that to be in the policy, to not include someone that would have a family member in those negotiations as a, you know, that would result from that. So for instance, one of, let's see, Aaron, or no, you know, your brother, I guess, would be your wife. Yeah, something like that. So we want to avoid that if at all possible. If we decided to add that, we could. Mm-hmm. It was just the recusal part to be forced to that would accept the voters.
You bring up a great point with the recusal and refusing to,
Mm-hmm.
because in one of those cases that I have
Yeah.
links on there, oh my gosh, in Chicago, figured it happened there.
Yeah.
In Chicago, yeah, like the husband was on the board and the wife was an administrator, was a principal, and then just kind of up and quit. And then, but he had voted for something that had to do with her, and it was, you know, the district gets sued.
Yeah.
So even those unintended things that can happen a couple of years down the road, you have to be conscious of.
I can see that. Yeah, I wasn't sure. I remember at the training, they said that only the BOE member could recuse themselves, but I wasn't sure if that was just a KASB, you know, suggestion.
Yeah.
But
And
that was the legal
that
reason
person
he
chose
gave.
not to recuse himself.
Yeah, yeah,
So they-
exactly, yeah.
because it's fun, you know,
Yeah.
fun.
So as a board, we cannot, like I have a form that is a recusal, it's a USD 469 recusal statement, where if we were hiring somebody, and I have an application form too, that we could attach to their a disclosure, an application employee disclosure form that we could attach to their application, making it well known that this applicant has relatives, has a relative that's working in the district. So can the board not set their own, or we could have our own recusal form?
As far as the employee form with the applications, I didn't ask about that portion. I just asked about the recusal. And he said no, his opinion was.
Yeah, I can
Yeah, I'd
definitely,
like that
Yeah.
investigation.
I can definitely send that and ask that question and bring that, and I'll send that out in the end of the week. So then when we come back the next month, in order to have that conversation, that's.
Yeah, that's,
Um,
I appreciate that.
Just one thing, and this is, some of this information is new to me also, but I do have one thing that I need you to think about. And that is I understand family, but Carla, in one of your slides, you also mentioned friendships. And having grown up in Lansing, by the way, I didn't go to Lansing School District. Yeah, some people think I have because I've been here this long, and those type of things, but people mention about friendships, and that is something that, unfortunately, I'm down to about one hand worth. You don't have to feel sorry for me, anything like that. It's all personal choice. But that is something that you need to understand, is that friendship thing is not going to be involved in this policy, because how could you? I'm going to get about 3.5 people say that they're friends with Dan Wessel. And my sister will claim me now. So, but that is one thing, and a large part of what we have to make sure we do, when we mentioned it, Carla, is that we hire the best candidate.
Right.
And that's conversation that, when we go and we start talking about, hiring practices, and we start talking about inside executive session, when we talk about all of those employees, that's the board's job also. So regardless of where we end up on the nepotism policy, those are things that we do need to you mentioned the word sunshine, shine a light. So I think that's really important. So.
Yeah, can you give us a little background? We currently do not have a nepotism policy,
We do not.
but in the past, have we ever had a nepotism policy?
It's been
2008.
2008. It's
It was off and it was on.
so we haven't had an official nepotism policy since that time. I will tell you that when we go through the hiring process, we hire the best candidate available. It's not a conversation about, they're a board member, they've got relation, they're related to me, all of those type of things. That, we have committees that end up doing most of our hiring, especially in the teaching world on up. At that point in time, administratively, when we hire for our administrators, last time when we hired a high school principal, we had approximately 15 teachers in the room, and then we also interviewed them as a admin team. So so much of that also, I think this is twofold, and it goes to effective systems and making sure that we have those. Those are the questions that you should be asking of us, who's on that hiring committee, and making sure that we have all of that part also. So I got to ask you, did I answer your question? I started talking and then I forgot what I was answering. It's been a long day.
I just asked for some background.
Background knowledge on that. And I think that's a big part. We haven't had one for quite a while. 2021, right? 13 years off and on. So.
Any other discussion about the nepotism policy? Michelle, you got any questions? Aaron? Mary?
I just know that sometimes we're limited with our resources, and then I want to make sure, and I understand nepotism and all of that, but I want to make sure that that we're not limited, and that we are hiring the best, no matter whether it's a family member or not. But like I said, we're kind of a bedroom community, and I don't want to think that our students that go off to school and they would like, their alumni want to come back and teach, then they're not able to do that or be a part of the school district. So anyhow, so I think, yeah, we need to have some discussion on that.
Well, and the other part, Pete, and I remember some of the conversation that was had. Because if you read the policy, it does not say we won't hire a family member. I think that's an important part.
Yeah.
But our policy before, I do believe said that we would not. And so that's a huge difference in that. And so in that case, if let's say we go down that rabbit hole and we say that that you cannot hire, at that point in time, if let's say my son wants to come back and teach school here and I was sitting on the board because I'm retired. Hopefully Eric gets done before then, just FYI. But I'm retired, I want to be on a board member, I would have to resign my spot on the board. And so that was part of the conversation when we got rid of it in the first place. Because the argument to that is that let's say that is the case and I'm a sitting board member, is that I have 6 other board members that can vote no.
See, that's where my recusal form, then I would excuse myself, right? But,
So
Yeah,
anyway.
so it's good to be mindful
yeah.
of
Very
of
much,
these type
Carla.
of things. Yeah,
Absolutely.
especially, and the committee needs to be mindful of it too, knowing that it's gonna come up to the board.
I agree. Any other things you need me to look at? I'll put this information that I have in front of me.
I got
I'll put
just
them
a
up
few
on the
things
board.
to add, Dan.
Go ahead, Jeff.
I just want to say, if you look at the state, no, we're not a small town or community, but we are right next to the Kansas City Metro. So if you compare us to all them districts in the cities, we are small. And we have a good family base and a good community. And I don't want to see this push that family atmosphere to make them go look for a job somewhere else. And it's not just Lansing. My kids started at Easton, a lot of family stuff out there as well. I mean, if I followed my family tree, I'd probably have someone working in every district in the county. And I just want everybody to know that we don't want it strict enough to where you don't look at family at all. And if we look back at our goals that we just set, part of that was the retention and looking for the staff. And as Dan mentioned, recruiting alumni to come back. If we make this too stringent, we're going to affect our alumni from wanting to come back because they're going to think that we have this in place. Say my daughter wanted to come back. Well, I'm sitting on the board. She's not going to waste her time. She's going to spend her time looking for a job somewhere else and not coming back to the community that gave her education. And I don't think we want to discriminate against that. We want to make sure that we're welcoming everyone. And we also need to remember that I've seen BOE members in that a lot. We are not the ones hiring the teachers. We are approving them,
Yeah,
yes,
exactly.
but it is the staff and the administrators
Right.
and their committees who are doing the hiring.
Yeah.
So
We're rubber stamping.
we're basically
Well,
putting our blessing on their decision is what we're doing.
we're making a.
We are
decision.
approving it.
Yeah, exactly.
So I'm just saying that there's more to it
Yeah.
than what's written on that piece of paper.
Yeah, but it allows for that.
Yes.
That sentence allows for that, or that's qualified.
But this is another thing where I think we need to think real carefully about what we do or do not put in there. We want to make it right now and not have to change it later.
And many schools in our area have them, just knowing that too. It isn't a common policy.
All right, I guess we'll head into discussion on the nepotism policy. I'd like to move on to the strategic planning process. We have a vision here, and I think I'll let Dan kind of explain our vision for the strategic plan.
As a part of our board goals, and I mentioned that about kind of delaying those long-term goals, those are board thoughts. We have not been through a formalized strategic planning process in Lansing USD 469 for quite some time. We talked about when we were getting ready to do some bond issues, we talked about some, how much are we going to need? And when we talk about buildings, right? We talked about buildings, but we We have not had a formalized process where we engaged with our community face to face in order to take some of their input. Obviously, you seven are all elected officials, and so you are representing a group of folks. But where we really got a lot of input about what do we want a graduate from Lansing to be able to do? What do we want us as a school district in order to focus on? And I think that it's high time. You hear that a lot through the election cycle. Where's your strategic plan? And it's like, well, we have KISA goals, and we talk about our KISA goals, and then we talk about our long range plan that we can pull up. But there's not an overarching document that helps guide us. And so taking that information, and what we would like to be able to do is go through a strategic planning process. For me, that process will coincide with us. We're in year 4 of our KISA accreditation cycle. Year 5 is the big year for us. And at the end of next year, we will be doing, we'll be accredited. At the end of that 5, I'll just go ahead and say it that way. Our documents will go to the ARC, and then they'll use us as an example for all the other districts going through. With that, talk about a bold goal. And so, but the strategic planning document, there are options out there in order to do that. We talked about some BOE goal setting, and it was mentioned, why didn't we put that as a goal? Well, because we really want to talk about this as a process in order to do that. This will serve us as a needs assessment for our next accreditation cycle, and I think that's an important part. The first time when we set some goals and we started talking about all of the points, those of you that are on the BLT and if you served on a site council at that point in time, we went through a whole rubric system where we talked about, you know, some of our compliance pieces that we had. We talked about things that are important to us, but there wasn't a formalized process that someone helped lead us through. And so in my world, at the end of next year is when we would be ready in order to truly implement this strategic plan, which would be 2023 through 2028. And I think that is how I would like to see that process go. I'm going to go through. This is actually something that we had talked about doing. Also, is giving you some options and recommendation. My recommendation would be to go with Greenbush. We have a good partnership with them. They've been very instrumental this year with some work with Miles, and we are part of the admin services. And so that cost is $3,500. They have 2 different implementations. And once you give me my marching orders that, yes, we want to do a strategic plan with Greenbush or with KASB, I'll bring specific information back to you in order to follow through that process. Or if we're going to do that in-house, I'll formalize that with our admin. So Greenbush process is a general overview with big areas of focus with actionable steps. Carly, you mentioned that as being extremely important. And as a part of that process, you know, I mentioned on our goals, we're going to have some bullet points on what we're going to accomplish. They'll take us all the way through what those bullet points look like. For example, when we talk about recruitment and retention, these are the big things. That's the big idea. And then they will help us through some of those action steps. One of the things that I liked about Greenbush is that they do a 3-year plan for you. And that's the first step. After the first year, what we know we don't want to do is that you just, you keep marching beating on a drum that is not the right drum. And so they actually come back and help us as a board and help us as administration again to, okay, what did we learn after year 1 and where are we at on that year 3? And then we actually set year 4 up through that. And then they come back after year 2 and they help to rotate that through. And so you end up with a 5-year plan, but they give us some additional support in years 1 and 2 in order to get to years 4 and 5. And that was really powerful for me. Any support that we get, if you think you're the smartest person in the room, you aren't. And so I think that's a really important piece, that, you know, after year one and we get done, we can do that. So that's my recommendation. We also looked at KSB, and I received some information from them. They actually do that in 2 sessions, and it can go as quickly as you would like, in order to do that. So if we want to speed up that focus and we don't like the idea of it rolling right into the accreditation piece, we can go through that process as quickly as we would like. I would guess in a couple of months. The Greenbush one was about 4 months with additional support. Implementation is in person with community representatives present. The cost on that is $5,500. And then lastly, and this was mentioned, about doing some in-house, I'll tell you, I've not led a strategic planning system. And for those of you that don't know, I've been in Lansing since 1996. And I just said that I don't remember ever going through this, and I'm pretty sure I would have been involved with most of those type of things. And so that's something that I would need some additional supports on. But I think regardless of which one that we do, if we want to do that, we just need to understand that without adding additional staff, that we find time in order to do that. And that's just my 2 cents. The implementation would be community facilitation. And then my minimum timeline, and it's probably more like a year, is 6 months. One of the things that I would like the board to think about when we start talking about an outside firm versus someone else, myself, in order to do that. One of the things that we are struggling with right now in public education is there's a distrust of public education. And there's a distrust sometimes of administration, and there's a distrust sometimes of board members. Hate to tell you that if you haven't realized that. Sometimes there is that. And when you have an outside person come in order to do that, they don't have a tie. They don't have an agenda when they sit down in order to set those goals. And I just want you to think about that, because I think it's really important that they can help lead us to some consensus. It also takes it out of the hands of the administration, because that's really where it should fall, in order for us, you know, we aren't trying to guide it. So my recommendation is Greenbush. And I think I spoke long enough, so.
If you're looking for a motion, I'll make a motion to engage Greenbush to start our strategic plan. I like the idea that we're circling back on it within a year and we can keep moving forward with it. Cost is slightly different, but it's one of those things that this is a ever evolving process that we need to make sure. But it's something that we have to get the ball rolling, and it's something that we have to engage the community with, and it's something that we need to get right. So if you're looking for a motion, I make a motion to engage Greenbush, or have Dan engage Greenbush.
Thank you. I just like to have a little bit of input here. All this board, this will be our legacy. This is what we're going to give to our community. This isn't a simple process. The one thing I'd like Dan to just, if we do go with the motion that Aaron said, can you kind of just walk us through the timeline? But another thing, I actually was talking to somebody about this the other day, and they kind of reasoned me to say, you know, if you're going to go get your vehicle repaired, and let's say your transmission's not working well, I'm not going to trust that to anybody. And I think the strategic plan could ideally be the most important thing that we're going to do for this district. Once the MTSS goals are completed and that 5-year period's done, this is the document, this is the foundation for the district moving forward. So I think we have to do it right. And I think we need a professional, my opinion, we need a professional firm to come in. And I also would go with Greenbush.
So is that a second?
I'll second it right there.
Yeah.
Any other discussion? Because I really want to talk about that. In my opinion, this is the most important thing we're going to do in the next couple of years.
It's one of those things where you just ask yourself, why haven't we had one? You know, and once it gets rolling, then you sustain it. You know, you sustain hitting those blocks and keeping things going up. And that's what I think. Yeah.
And I like the additional 4 months with the additional support after 1 year or 2. I
And
really
I
like that.
Like a check.
Yeah.
Check in.
I agree. I mean, Greenbush is already involved with the district.
Mhm.
We've already talked about this being a major part of our recruitment and retention of everything, our goals. That's what we're looking for.
The
Michelle?
KSB seemed pretty general, didn't it, when we looked at the samples? The KSB, it just seemed very simple. Didn't seem like a lot of work for charging us $2,000 more.
It seems like we
Put
could
into it, yeah, exactly. The sample we saw, at least.
Yeah, just the group work.
I can't remember which school it was that had used that, but it didn't seem very detailed.
Yes.
I
we
see,
will,
yeah.
we will mention that, so.
Yeah,
Michelle?
yeah. Yeah, so I see it.
Anything else, Michelle?
I like.
I remember a couple years ago, before COVID hit, we were all talking about our goals. Aaron, we were talking about our strategic plan, but then we became overwhelmed quickly by COVID. This has always been on the back burner, but right now, now's the time to take it off the back burner and make it our priority. So I have a first, I have a second. Okay, is discussion finished? All in favor?
Aye.
Thank you. And Pete, you talked about timeline real quick. At our next meeting, what I'll do is I'll have some additional documentations from Greenbush and what those deliverables are. I do know that they had 2 processes that they take people through, and I'll have those recommendations of which one that I believe we should follow. And then we can go through that work and I'll interact with them and ask them, we want this to roll us into our next KISA cycle and what kind of their recommendations are on that. They deal with this all the time, and especially with that accreditation piece. So I'll bring that timeline, that official timeline back at our next March meeting. So
I'm hoping that you get an overwhelming response from local businesses, parents, faculty members, administrators. And in my opinion, the more the merrier. I know it makes it a little bit more difficult to get a decision, but the more people we have working on the problem, the better our solution is going to be.
Absolutely. Very good. All right. Next is a recognition program by BOE. This was actually mentioned as we had gone through, and Carla had mentioned this about, recognizing standouts in our USD 469 school community during the first 5 minutes of board meetings. A lot of boards of education do that. They bring folks in, just an award. And so we have a couple of things that I also believe this is extremely important that this comes from the board in order to do that. We have recognition just today. We went out for Thanksgiving, Pete, and we gave out some candy bars and we gave out some popcorn to the middle school and high school. We'll be going to the elementary and intermediate school tomorrow. Just didn't have time. By the way, we had a board meeting tonight that I had to be a little bit prepared for, and it kind of takes my focus. So we went until, well, I was focused until about 10:35, and Sharon looked at me and said, "Is there something wrong with you at this point in time? Because you just changed." I was like, "I'm trying to turn it into board meeting Dan at that point in time." So one of the things that we talked about on the recognition is, and this would be my recommendation, is to set up a recognition committee of 3 BOE members. We can do that tonight if you would like to do that. And then those, there will be a form that we'll send out that will go out to USD 469 staff, parents, and students for nomination, or from BOE recommendations. You would be able, in order to do that, and that could come from anybody as a recognition. That selection process, the committee meets monthly to select honorees by the 1st of the month. That way we can tell them. We always meet on the 2nd Monday, except for when we have special meetings like we do in March in order to do that. But that way we can recognize them, tell them, hey, we'd be honored if you would join us in order for a recognition. The district will contact the honorees of the award, invite them to the next BOE meeting with details about the event, about what that's going to look like. We'll take the first part of the meeting. We would inject that into our agenda, and we would do that before we started any other work. It'd be a way to go. And then celebration or honor recognition on the agenda to begin to celebrate our successes. The other part, and this was mentioned, and I don't know how you would like to do that, is what you would like to also see as that recognition. I think that's an important part. You know, I know that when Carla had mentioned coins do get expensive. How we would like in order to do that. Is it a certificate? Is it, I don't know. Maybe there's a local business that is listening right now on YouTube that's more than willing to donate that for a little recognition. So that part I don't have yet, but that's kind of the way I would like to see that happen. And I'm going to reiterate, I think it needs to be a selection from 3 of our, the committee of our Board of Education. We would just set that up as a meeting with myself, and I can give that information to you, and then you can decide who you'd like to recognize. And now I'll open the floor for, Carla, did I hit kind of what you're interested in?
I think, because it focuses on why we're here, you know, celebrating those educational environment standouts. Absolutely.
Mary, does this go far enough? We're talking about faculty. Is there anybody else you want to recognize? Could we open it up further?
I don't think you should limit it to any, I think it's a staff member. I think if a parent, if a student, if another faculty member, if anybody sees somebody that just goes above and beyond, it's one of those things that we want to be a community, we want to celebrate our entire work family. I don't think it's limited just to a certified staff member or classified staff member. I think it's a Lansing school member. Doesn't matter where it is. It's that person that's a standout that makes one kid's day a little bit better, or a coworker's day a little bit better, and they do it nonstop for no other reason than just to be a good person. So.
Well, and I think that this, one of the comments is that it wouldn't just be staff members, it could be students. I mean, we have students doing great things also. I mean, it could be a class that has adopted a family for you know, Christmas time, all of those type of things. Though I think I was not limited to staff, and I don't think, I think that it could be definitely staff could be included, those type of things.
Yeah.
But I think it could be all of that, so.
Jeff, what do you think?
Why don't we open it up to 2 separate, like give a recognition to a student and the staff. That way you kind of have a representative for both sides. You know, they're both, I mean, you can't really compare the students to the staff all the time, so give them each a fair shot.
It could even be collective too, like groups.
That's what I was thinking, yeah.
What about the idea of the board members being the ones to select? This is also something we haven't done a whole lot of in the past, is that committee work.
I
So
think that's a great idea.
so I believe the first thing we need to do is ask for three folks that would like to serve on that committee.
I'll do it.
Jeff?
Aaron?
Carla? Is that good?
Did you? Did you want to?
No, yeah.
You're on the negotiation team. I'm taking one.
I'm on the health and wellness. It's a great committee
Yes,
too.
you're
So
Maybe start.
it'll be Jeff, Aaron, and Carla. And
Yeah, fun.
well, and we'll work on the form. We'll get the form sent out and send out we can do as part of our board recap. We can send out this information as a separate article in order to highlight, you know, what this is going to look like. I guess my last thing, or you could just task me with, you know, what type of an award we would like to get. If I'm okay with that, I can bring back some. I'll bring it to the committee and and then the committee can kind of make that decision. That's okay.
You guys trust us to make the decision? Work,
Sure.
be fiscally responsible. I promise.
Recycle.
Yeah, the board, the representatives of the board can help make that decision.
Good.
When do you want to commence? How soon?
We can do this as soon as you'd like.
Let's do it next meeting.
March. Okay, let's do it.
So we'll have our first one in March.
March, March. The Ides of March.
We can send out that form soon, can't we? All right. Sharon says yes.
Thank you, Sherry.
That's right.
Is that it?
We just need a motion in order to do that and add Jeff, Aaron, and Carla as the committee members. I would make the motion, and somebody could say so moved. Motion would be to adopt a recognition program by the Board of Education and board meetings as presented, with Jeff, Aaron, and Carla serving as our committee members.
I so move.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
All opposed? We're 100% tonight.
Yeah, we are.
Yeah.
Very agreeable.
Okay, I think we're looking at our last 7.7, the
Yes.
late bus.
Late bus, and I'm gonna reiterate again, board goal academics, right there. This is one of the things that we've had a discussion, and I'll go clear back to my first meeting that I went out to the transportation department. And we had a discussion with the bus drivers. And one of the bus drivers, Charles Green, Charles probably isn't listening, but I think most of us, Charles was a paraprofessional and a bus driver in our community for many years. He said, and Mr. Slapper was kind of like, yeah, because he wanted me to come out more often. He didn't want him to attack me. But why don't we do that? And Charles said, why don't we have a late bus for kids that don't have a ride home? And I said, I'll look into that. And then we looked into it, and then, we had some other things happen. And so it also came up this last month with Mr. Hanson, who works on our mental health team. And this is one thing that I believe would take away some barriers. It would take away some conversations when kids say that they can't stay, don't want to stay, can't be involved in an activity, all of those type of things. My proposal here is that you would give us permission. We can pay for this out of ESSER funds, at least for the next 3 years. That Mr. Slapper has said that he has folks that would be able to drive, that we would pilot this program with middle school and high school students. We don't have all of the logistics about how that's going to look currently. But we did go ahead and survey, so we had some additional information for you. We surveyed last week, I believe it was. We had 180, or 2 weeks ago. We had 187 responses. We asked what their grade their student is currently in, and you notice that we're pretty well represented, except for seniors. We have different, most seniors find a way to get home. And then we asked if their student would utilize an after-school activity bus that was offered to them. We had 87%, and obviously it's high because parents that are interested in a late bus would be more likely to give the response. But if you take 80% of 187, you're starting to look at getting up to being 151 kids that'd be interested in riding the late bus. I don't know if Mr. Slapper knew that he was actually going to run a small bus route after that, because that's quite a few kids.
Yeah.
Is that 4 buses?
It could be 4 buses. And so that would be, the other thing is that people will say that they're going to ride. I also don't believe that we'll end up with that many. I hope we do, honestly. I really hope we do. So you're talking about 150 kids, depending on the route. And then this is really the key part. And obviously they could mark more than one, but I just want you to look at the top one is after school tutoring. About half of those kids, 92 of the kids, said that it would be for after school tutoring purposes. And I know that this would also be a big part that when the high school and the middle school administration talk about, hey, we have these opportunities. We have, after school village, that we have things like some after school tutoring programs at the high schools, and they could have a ride home. There's lots of logistics. I'm going to reiterate that I don't have all of those logistics, but I wanted you to approve this with the idea of that we'll bring those logistics to you, but we also want to get started by the end of the year in order to offer that. Also, a big part of that is sports, especially at your younger grades, for kids to be able to ride. Middle school practices end at 5-ish, right? 5:30, and that can still be difficult for parents to get their kids home. And lastly, those clubs, debate, band, theater. By the way, my daughter's in part of the theater production. We won't be running a late bus at 8:30 when you get home after those things. It's not. There are limits to what this pilot program is going to look like. But I just like we trust you enough to come back with a plan, and that this sounds like a great idea type of thing. So
I wholeheartically like the idea, especially for the after school, like tutoring, working with them. Logistically, I get it's a lot. Can we make sure that we work with our coaches, that they all have an understanding of this is drop dead stop time?
Yep.
Because that's the hard part of running a route and thinking about that. I mean, after school, you're gonna get about an hour of attention time for tutoring and stuff like that before a kid's just zoned out because they've been there for 8 hours. But sports wise, you get to talk and you get to run it around, and the coach decides that he wants to start running you to death. You could run over on practice real easy.
that's some of the logistics that we have to look at. And that's a great point, Eric. That's I know when I was coaching basketball, freshman boys love the fact that they have practice in the morning because you couldn't be late to school. It's like, coach, I gotta go. So there's some good things about that too. So
I think this looks great. It brings up something, and this might need to go under future agenda items. So I don't know if it'd be possible to look into this too for the tech program. I know we mentioned, I know they're going to be getting ready to sign up, whether they're going to be able to take those classes or not. And not all kids have their own car or can drive. And I would hate for students to not sign up for the tech program because of transportation. That might need to be on a new, I want to move with this either way, but just an idea. I don't even know if you could survey that to see if that would be something that's needed.
we can discuss that administratively and see the best way forward with that. I think that's an excellent idea.
But this looks great.
So
Just in case somebody doesn't understand what you're talking about.
Oh,
can you
yeah,
kind of
sorry.
clarify that?
Well, we talked about with some of the tech students, they have to provide their own transportation. So I know I had back-to-back seniors many years ago, and now I just have one in high school, but not all families can afford to provide the vehicle or choose not to, or maybe the children aren't driving or both parents are working. And I would just, if we could make it at all possible so those kids, that would be the deciding factor. That might be the path that they want to take in life, and that's what we're trying to do is provide the most opportunity when they graduate. So I think that'd be well worth the money spent if logistically it would work out. I understand the classes are different, the schedules might be different, the numbers, just something to explore.
Have we ever excluded anybody from?
we don't exclude them, but in essence, that's a question of I don't know the answer to because we haven't provided transportation. I assume I can ask that question at the high school and in the counseling office of, do you ever have kids mention that? I know it comes up, but a lot of times they do find a way in order to get there, but I'm
Just an idea.
yeah, no, it's a great idea.
I think it is too.
Let's
put that down as an agenda.
I can definitely do that. I can get some information. Yep. I can do that.
What do you think your time frame is logistically, Dan, to have
Well,
be able to start?
I don't want to say because Rob will shoot and Brooks will shoot daggers at me because it can be a logistical nightmare, but I would like to have something in place by spring sports, if at all possible, at least for the activities. Rob said something.
February 28th is spring sports.
February 28th, so that's not going to be possible. But it is nice that I don't micromanage spring sports since I don't even know when they start. So that I would guess mid-March, maybe right after spring break. That could be something that we could look at. There's lots of moving parts on that, from administratively to coaching to Mr. Slapper, all of those type of things. But I definitely think that, I can give you an update on March 7th on where we're at and exactly when we think to be able to do that. Some of that will also be how many kids sign up. And I think that'll be, now that we have this as a marching order that we can go and that we can do, we can not only survey parents if they're interested, but this is the times, whens, wheres, and whats in order to do that. So.
We need a motion.
Yep.
Do we go forward with the lake bus?
I second it.
All in favor?
I
All
like it.
opposed?
Yeah.
Good to know.
Thank you. And then are we going an hour, so come back at 9? Okay,
You want an hour?
45.
Let's do 45. 45 minutes. Good, is that?
Yeah.
Okay. Is it on here?
Okay. Yeah, that's. You want to know before.
Yeah, thank you. Well, looks like we're going to go into executive session. I move we go into executive session to discuss an individual employee's performance and personnel changes pursuant to the non-elected personnel exception under COMA. And the open meeting will resume in the boardroom at 8:50.
I
I got
second.
it. All in favor?
Yep, aye.
Opposed? You want to go by this clock?
No, so 9, 10. 11, 12.
9:12.
Who's second, Aaron?
Yeah,
Okay.
All in favor?
We have
Ha!
4.
she's right there.
Who is it?
Carla.
Okay.
Read this thing. Or- I'm okay. We got 4.
Yeah. Who's second?
Second.
Thank you.
And the last word.
Yeah.
Shortstop.
Oh, I hope.
Bye.
You got shit on your-
Happy Valentine's. How you doing, Jeff?
I'll go ahead and bring the meeting back to session. I move that we approve the following new hires. Melina Glenn, Casey Williams, Rick Pollard, Teresa Jones, Brian Burns, Kim Bernard, Kathy Powell, Lyle Brown, Andrew Allen, Zach Baker, John Gable, Millie Lenhard, Katie Zool, Sarah Zool, Alice Beardsley. I move that we approve the following job transfers. Don Allen. He's going to go from the high school assistant golf coach to the high school golf coach. I move that we approve the following exiting employees. Zach Engel, Rosalind Fields, Becky Cranhold, Rafaela Salter Gerald, Andrea Koya, Mandy Stalter, Luke Beeman, Brandy Bennett, Nicole Wallace, Catherine Pyle, Holly Sanchez, and with regret, Rob McKim, Principal High School.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Can I make a motion to adjourn?
Second.
Future board meeting agenda items, do we put those on here or we just send them to you? Future board-
If you want to mention those now,
Would be a
that'd be a
good
great
time.
opportunity.
Okay.
So
Thank you.
you had, Amy, you had one?
Just the tech thing, the
Tech
transportation. Just to
transportation.
explore it. I'm not even sure what the needs would be for that.
Okay.
I think Title IX, K-12 has undergone this transformation last year that we need to get smart on that.
Okay.
KASB has some directives and there's supposed to be a coordinator in every district. So we need to find out what's.
Okay. We can give an update on that.
Okay.
You have a motion and a second, Pete.
All in favor of adjournment?
Aye.
Aye.
Thank you.